Well, good morning, I think. It's, oops, knocked over a glass. Fortunately, it was an empty one. All right, welcome to my virtual trading journal. Purpose here is to capture what I'm seeing with my video, and the voiceover gives indication as to what I was thinking. I believe journaling is really important, so this is my way of doing it without having to screen snap and type and do things that require a lot of multi-focus and multitasking. I'm trying to see how this works out. In addition to let me see if everything's right here. I've had data issues this morning, so I'm just making sure that everything is working. Looks like it's okay. Stream seems to be streaming now. It's a good thing. All right. Yeah, so this is not for financial advice or trade advice. Obviously, there's a disclaimer in the description here. I'm not monetized in any way for this. This is my trading journal, and that's the purpose and the thrust here. The purpose of it is to do that. I'm not. I mean, if somebody wants to give me, $10,000 a day to be a influencer, well, I'll give you my bank account number, but that's not the purpose for starting this. And the reason for streaming it to YouTube is because it is completely transparent and and instills and ensures accountability. I don't take any trades off the stream. That's why the stream lasts all day, from now at 8 o'clock in the morning every morning for the pre-market and through the cash close. The reason it's streamed to YouTube is I can review the streams on any device rather than having to be standing here at my machines in my office. All the times here are Central Standard Time, so that's important. And okay, let's get on to trying to make sure everything's up and running here. When I got up this morning, all the data was goofy and rhythmic had dropped off and whatever else. First of all, this is a TopStep evaluation or combine. That is, the idea here is that I'm taking this from that stage through XFA and live account. So this is at this point, which means the fact that it's a TopStep combine. This is sim trading. That's why here's the dome, and you'll notice that the reason that the dome is here for a couple of reasons. For A, I'm used to trading with the dome, and often I would put orders here. I like to watch the book, but if you notice that when I place an order over here, there's not a reflection in the dome because this is a sim account. So I want to be clear. This is a combine, okay? And that's the purpose. That's the whole idea of this stream. And it's my trading journal. And so what's a journal do? It tracks accurately your progress. There you are. So numbers. Let's see. Yeah, numbers and reports out this morning. Well, we had several, which I am kind of behind on. We had continuing jobless claims, core durable goods, GDP, and initial jobless claims. Some good, some bad. It's quite a big goods trade imbalance. Was quite a big one. Initial jobless looks good. Continuing jobless, not so good. We don't have any, oh wait, oops, here's the White House at 12. Pending home sales change is only a 2-star, but that's at 9. I don't see any planned disruptions, which is a little scary because the unplanned, random speeches or comments or press, media opportunities have been more disruptive to the auction than not than all of the planned things or events. But, I think it's pretty obvious to anybody that's been around here for a while trading that this is a pretty high risk on environment. Oh, man. Okay, looks like everything's pretty much working here, so I'm going to keep going. All right. That's the numbers. Now we got the pre-market quickly here. Okay, I don't know why. One thing up here on this other machine, let me just make sure that the stream is working okay. Okay, that seems all right. That's doing that. Save, like. Be sure you click 1,000 likes and subscribe and all that stuff. Yeah. All right. There we go. So that seems like it's working. Now, here we go with the pre-market. Probably the simplest approach. First of all, this is these are the ES minis, NQ mini, the ES micro composite, and the ES market profile. I also track the micros, essentially the same. Configuration, just the micro contracts. This is the full session starting at 1700 last night. So this is the RTH session. Here we go overnight. We've traded up and we are looking to open with a gap above the close, but not, I don't know, pretty close, whether we're going to be a gap out of range or not. We'll look at that in a minute. Very definitely there's going to be a gap off close on the ES or the NQ. And here's our micro composites. Now, I've drawn a profile around these 2 days. This was basically an island gap up. We haven't closed that gap. Touched a little bit into the previous micro composite, but I'm treating this as a separate and a new micro composite profile. So this is the way this works is wherever this is the RTH session, and wherever these are daily bars, wherever they overlap, I draw or continue to draw a volume profile around them, as you see here. And by doing so, it generates a micro composite VPOC, high, low, all those kind of things. And you can't really see them, but there's some red and green lines which denote the high and low volume nodes of the profile. Now I turned them off on previous profiles just for load on the machine, but so there'd be a green line here, a red line here, a green line here, etc. It just marks the high and low volume node of the volume profile for the micro composite. And those lines or those levels are pushed automatically to bookmap, as are session prices. Bookmap, the execution tool. So here is the micro composite call where I enter manually, and you'll see that here's the micro composite high from yesterday, and here's the POC from yesterday, the micro composite. This was a naked volume point of control, which was taken out yesterday. Now my workflow is as follows. If it's a live, let's show you one of those. If it is a live level, the text, for example, would be white, where if it's a level that has been revisited or tested or taken out, I change the text to black. And then on the weekends, typically after they're stale, I take them off. This is how this works. And these are the POCs, etc. So that's how the micro composite, and this is done manually. I do this here on Bookmap manually. The high and low volume nodes are pushed here, and there's a high volume node, low volume node, etc., which comes automatically from IRT. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night. So this is the volume. There's the overnight low. There's the overnight high. Boom. This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. There's a problem with that setting automatically, and I don't know why. It's worked perfectly for years, literally, and now it doesn't. I have to redo it manually. It's kind of irritating. It'll reset, but not exactly at 8:30 as it is supposed to. I don't know. I've reached out to support. We'll see what happens. Here is our an important column for me. This is my notes column. And the first thing I do is change the title of the column to reflect. Make sure everything's working here. I'm sorry to be a little jerky, but this is why I use this stream as my journal. You see that I have a problem looking and focusing on something else and being able to do this, i.e. multitask. So when it comes to trading, I don't want to have that be the case. Here we are. I changed the title of this column to the open type. And I do that because when I review a stream or a screen snap or something, I can see this and it tells me a lot of information in a big hurry. And this is the IRT session prices, which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. Now, back to the column. How do we determine the open type? First, there's only 4 of them: higher out of range, gap up; higher in range, lower in range; and lower out of range, which is a gap down. And the way that you determine those is real easy. There's only 2 criteria. And that's actually an important and good thing to know if you're familiar with statistics. The fewer criteria there are, the more dependable the statistic, because the more variables, the less, the less accurate it can be. And the way it works is very simple. If we were to open right here, right now, it would be this. This is the active price. 61.62. Where is that as it compares to the previous RTH session close, which is right here? What are we? We're higher than the close. And where does this open, potential open, how does it relate to the previous RTH session range? Well, here's the RTH session high, and the RTH session low is obviously below us. So at this moment, if we opened right here, right now, we would be higher out of range, which would be a gap up, not higher in range, but higher out of range. Now we'll see what happens at 8:30, whether this drops down here. You see that it came down through here on the number at 7:30. At the moment, we're looking to open higher in range, not by a hell of a lot, by a couple of 3 handles, but there you are. So I will, just for the sake of demonstration, whoa. For the sake of demonstration, I'll change the title right now to the higher out of range. This is how you do it. Real simple. Boom. All right. So that sucks, but I hate it when it's close like this, because it's, that's a 1.5 points, right? They could easily drop, or 2 points. They could easily draw back and forth through here and get under the previous RTH high quickly, and that would change our open type, which affects the statistics from a study that we do in IRT that gives the relative percentage or probability that these prices will be revisited in the upcoming RTH session. And that's derived from this study right here. And here are the 4 open types. Yesterday, you see, was higher in range. IRT will highlight in blue here the correct open type today after we've opened at 8:30, but we're doing this before the fact because we want to be ready, right? So here is, if we opened right here, right now, we would be higher out of range. The way the study works is real simple. It looks back at 2,000 days, essentially, 1,998 days. Of these days in the study, we opened higher out of range 510 of them. Of those 510 days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 409 times, or days, for 80.2%. Overnight volume point of control, 80.2. Boop, that's all there is to it. Then I simply go down the list. Overnight high, 77.6. Overnight high. IB high. Now this is a good one. First of all, the IB low is here, this green line, this flag, and the IB high, you'll notice a green line here, is under the previous RTH high. So we can't really split that out very easily because one is overlapping the other, and you can see that by the titles over here. So what I do is, because the IB high is this, so we're good, it's moving away from the close, or the previous high, so it's moving further into a gap. So let's look at the IB high as 66.1%, and I'm going to do this for sake of example. 66.1, and then I type IB high. And why do I do that? Well, remember that the definition of the initial balance, high and low, is simply the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So, the minute we open this new trading session, this new RTH session, this IB low and this IB high are going to instantly move to the high and low of today. They won't be here anymore. So I'll be going, what the hell is this number for? And that's the reason I put the initials beside them. And on that note, you see how we do the levels, so that's pretty easy. What's the next one down the road here? Overnight previous high, well, we've already got that. That's 64%. And that's right here. So I'm not going to put two levels together. Overnight mid is 63.9%, and that's right here. Typically, they run in this order. Okay, now the next thing that's important to know is that these levels and these session prices and their resultant indication on the heat map over here are nothing mysterious or magical in any way, shape, or form. And it's important to know there's no indicators on my book map, my IRT charts. There is probably the closest thing to a book map are the value, the VWAP, or the volume weighted average prices, because they're calculated, right? But it's real simple. There is a VPOC, or a POC, for both full session and the RTH session. The POC is nothing more than the price at which, it's just a marker at the price of which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's exactly it. The IBs I've just explained, and that IB, high and low, IB stands for initial balance. That's the old market profile terminology. There is an RTH mid, and then there's these other prices, which are straightforward. So there we are. And now I will do, damn it, I'll do something that I do every day, which is, what the hell? What is going on now? Why is it trying to open an IRT chart? I don't know. Which is the IRT snap. Did I already make the snap? Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay, see why I don't multitask well? So the idea is, what I'm doing at this moment is I am putting a snap that I do every day, a screen snap or a contribution to the Traders Lab. And what is the Traders Lab, you ask? Well, good question. It is the Bookmap Discord chat room run by and initiated by a guy named Tom B., who has got about 46 years experience trading. I believe is the real deal. And I say I believe because he doesn't trade live or call trades on either YouTube or Discord or anywhere else. So in reality, I have no verification that he really does it or that he's, not just a bullshitter like so many other YouTube people who don't provide transparency. There's absolutely no question what I'm doing because it's right in front of your face. But he does not do that. And that's up to him. But I believe that he is the real deal. And I share his philosophies about approaching trading as a business and that sort of thing. And after you followed, or listen to somebody for a while, more than a year or two, it starts to make sense, right? You start to kind of realize that what they're saying seems to resonate with you and with what's going on in the market. So as kind of a contribution every morning around 6, I post the reports that are upcoming. And then every day at 8:20, I post this, which is a screen snap that I put together to kind of help people over there have all the numbers and levels that they don't normally get in their charting, whatever, if they're using TradingView or whatever it is. I also push automatically and share freely with them and Static and anybody here that wants all of the price levels, which are generated here in the session prices, as you see them over here. I share this so that anybody with Bookmap can have these levels instantly on their Bookmap and update throughout the day live as I do. So there we are. That's the Traders Lab. Now, I don't make the recommendation for any of the other Bookmap, hey Antonio, good morning, for any of the other Bookmap chat rooms, apart from the Traders Lab, simply because I haven't visited them, and so I can't say anything. I did visit 2 others once, and they were typical, third word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something. One of the key things about the Traders Lab that I don't think I mentioned yet today, you're never solicited for anything. It's completely free, and you don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap. So that's another thing that kind of resonated with me, that it was that Tom was in fact the real deal. So you do have to join the Bookmap Discord server. The link to do that is in the description here. Once you've joined the Bookmap Discord server, navigate your way to the Traders Lab by Tom B. And let me just, there you go. The Traders Lab, Tom B. Yeah, there you are. And here's my snap, right? So there you are. And then, decide for yourself if it's valuable for you and you like the stuff he says. He streams every day from 10:30 to 12. If, you like it, great. If you don't, well, also great. But there you have it. So that's the Trader's Lab. Now we have done the pre-market pretty much. One thing that's important, which I have not done yet, and which will be pretty frustrating. In order to trade with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel, which is right here. Click this button with a padlock on it, and select the way you choose to interact with the application using your mouse to trade. If you select chart, only this active data column can be used with your mouse to trade. If you select DOM, only the DOM columns are hot or live to trade with your mouse. If you select both, guess what? Both of them are. I have activated my keyboard for hotkey trading, and you can do that in any of the three, chart, DOM, or both. But the focus of the computer or the machine has to be on the application for the hotkeys to work, and that's a Windows thing. It's got nothing to do with Bookmap or anybody else. I mean, it's normal. So once you've done that, then in my case, I need to select multi-brackets because I choose to use a risk-neutral multi-bracket system. And this is real easy. The package size has to be in even numbers. This is the smallest, obviously. The stop for the entire package is at one level. Then the first risk-neutral scale is for the same number of ticks positively and for half of the package. What happens then is once this risk-neutral scale is achieved, the worst you can possibly do is scratch. Here's an example of 4 lots. Same thing. One stop for the package, half the package for the same amount of ticks positively as the stop would be negative, and then runners. Real easy. And a real big boost psychologically, I think. And the next thing I do, which is important, is this multi-account thing. And that is a good thing. That's sim farming or whatever they call it. Okay, so there we have that. Once I have selected the account, the risk neutral or the trading package that I'm going to use, I confirm the size of the package, and then I click the button again to get the real estate back on my screen. Now, since I've discovered just recently, thank you, didn't matter, that I can display with Bookmap the P&L and all those kind of trade-related data points in ticks rather than dollars, I have reactivated or this column up here, which shows all the various obvious stuff right here. And it will display that data in ticks. I don't believe you should watch your P&L while you trade. That seems to be a pretty bad thing that everybody agrees. And this will cancel any open orders, and this will close all positions. So I don't have to have the trade control panel open to have access to any of that stuff. Plus, I could use a keyboard. So we're going to open here in about 10 seconds. And then you'll hear me bitch and moan about the thing not resetting. Okay, there we go. And we didn't reset, you see? Now what happens? Can I reset? Now, boom. And it just doesn't want to do it. And I don't know what the hell the problem is. Apart from the fact that it's really irritating. And I'll show you what I do after the fact here. Here we are. So we're at 8:30 and 33 seconds, and it still hasn't reset. It hasn't even activated the reset by selecting reset now, which is pretty crazy. I'm assuming that it's busy thinking about something and not, and that reset is not on a hierarchical level, I guess. The problem with not resetting this is the POC hasn't migrated or any of those things that are important. We're up to 31 minutes or 30, there's been 1 minute since the open and it still hasn't reset. Try it again. Reset now. There we go. Pain in the ass. Now this is down here because this is where the POC migrated at that point. I need to change my IRT charting from full session to RTH. Like that. And I'll explain why I do that in a minute. Mr. Multitask over here. So we did open in a bit of a gap, a slight gap up. That's exactly right. Well, isn't that great? Love it when a plan comes together, eh? So what did we do? Well, here is our open. So this will be gap high. Oop. This will be gap high. And the way I do these is just like this. This is gap high. Whatever the hell today is, 2606.25. Okay, and that's at the open price, isn't it? There we go. And one thing that I'm doing now that this doesn't work right is I clear the resets, and it'll make this volume profile exactly accurate with the way it's supposed to have been, which is so frustrating. And I will start flagging my migrating VPOC. I do that because my idea is to have all the data that I want to use to trade right here on the hard right edge in front of me. Yes, the yellow brick road will continue to plot all day, but it'll scroll off the left. So there you go. And now, where is the previous RTH high? Right here. Well, there's the gap from here to here. Not much, huh? And I already have the previous high here, so I know that that's the gap low for the day at this point. Once this migrates, I'll change it. So what I'll do is put this flag in here because I'll forget. And this will be a gap low. 20.0625. There you go. And I realize that this needs to be under here. And you see what happens now? This is our IB high. Remember that we flagged it because the IB is going to move. And there it is up here. Because by definition, the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session are the IB high and low. IB is an old acronym for market profile for initial balance. So none of this stuff is in any way, shape, or form mysterious or hard to figure out. Despite what a lot of the guru-y types will try to tell you. And why in the hell are we... Oh, okay, there we go. I was going to say, why is it easier running up and down the pole? So here's the first 5 minutes, and you see what we've done. Now, I don't have all the... I've kind of been trying to get used to not having all of this stuff. Here's the stops and icebergs and all this crap on my... Looks pretty busy, doesn't it? I'm trying to get more to a point of less confusion on the chart. And I don't have absorption. There's a bunch of stuff you can have doing on things here over. Seems like a lot easier. I know what's going on right here. Now, these are these volume balls, or whatever you want to call them, bubbles or something, are delta. That's important. There's delta volume. And we'll flag ourselves up here again. So what are we doing? Well, we are in a gap open situation. Gap rules say the following. If we open in a gap and we trade towards closing that gap relatively early on in the session, and then trade into value from the previous session, RTH, there's a high probability that we'll trade across that value to the other side. If we trade down into the range or the value and are rejected out of it, good possibility or high probability we'll trade in the direction of the gap. I mean, it's, it's as mysterious and as mystical as many people want to make trading sound. The price can go up or down, period. It's 50-50. It's a random environment, and the outcome of the probability of the next trade is 50-50, and that is a statistical fact. Humans, we traders, put time on it to give ourselves some sort of a history to watch. The market doesn't have anything to do with that. Sure, time affects it, like the open, the close, some big report hits the market at a specific time, but the market only goes up or down. It's binary, right? I think that's the right way to say it. Here was a gap low from before. Now this could be great if we got down there that far, but we're not there yet. And this is, you see, this gap low is from yesterday, which actually should be behind this previous RTH high. I have it here just for my own, because the gap high, the MC high is going to change today. We've already traded up here. So the MC high, or the micro composite high, is actually up here already. So, or here already, I'm sorry. Because this is the RTH session, and this is the previous ETH. That's why I put this here, so I'll remember it. We have not closed the gap. We have tried to look down there and haven't gotten anywhere so far. Now, the NQ, on the other hand, has very definitely come through here. Traded down to and almost into value. Here's our market profile showing it yesterday and today. Got down to the low volume nodes. Didn't get through these string of singles yet. The micro composite, gap up. Trade a little bit of overlap, but up, and here we are today. Irrational exuberance reigns supreme. Testimony is over by Powell. So that's off the table. Trump is back from NATO, I think. That's over with. The news cycle is so short these days to do with, thank you, what do you call the Twitter and that crap, social media. And all these news outlets that are just internet sites, really. Last weekend we were bombing people, and 3 days before that, it was immigration, and you know what I mean? Think of how quick, when was the last time you heard anything about tariffs? Jesus Christ. It's incredible. And that's, I think that's POTUS's, or, Trump's whole game is he's an entertainment guy and reality TV. So keep front and center of the focus and keep changing the focus to keep the news cycle fresh. I think that's the strategy. And keep pushing off decisions. I'm going to postpone this 90 days. We're going to make this decision in 2 weeks. I think that's all kind of the teaser, the kind of the reality TV idea. I don't know. I'm just talking out loud here. Remember, this is my virtual journal, so I can say whatever the hell I want. Oh, Daddy's home. Richard Baker, good morning. Yeah. So I had some data issues this morning. If you're on one of the places that I push these levels to, they should be all up and running perfectly now. When I got up and came in here, Rhythmic had taken a dump somewhere in the night. I don't know. I guess the internet glitches in or out sometimes. And of course, Rhythmic does not restart, and Rhythmic is the data feed for IRT. So there you go. Now I'm taking this idea of this is a relatively new development here. I'm picked up from Rod, actually, the TLab or Static. And what I'm trying to do here, which I like a lot, is one of the problems I had and have with Bookmap is you can get zoomed in so close, within literally nanoseconds, and it's way too close in the noise. So I mark the open of each session, and then I keep the entire session visible until we're approaching the level that I have vetted and where I'm looking in and engage with the market, and then I zoom in kind of to that. That's the thinking here. So if you see me zooming back and forth, that's what it is. I hope everything's all good. Yeah, morning with everybody. Okay, so we're on full session. We're day session, which I forget frequently. The reason that I need to do this right away is only one thing, and it is a direct result of the levels here, the price levels that I push. The value area high differs from the developing value area high or low in that the D denotes the current auction. Value area high or low is the previous auction. Well, in the overnight, value area high or low are accurately representing yesterday's RTH session. But the minute we open the new RTH session, value area high or low suddenly becomes the overnight until I change the charting to the day session only. Then the previous session, just as you see here on my chart, is yesterday's RTH, and here's today's RTH. And that, I forgot that a few times, or didn't think about it, I guess, really. And some of the fellas in the TLab and wherever that use these levels were wondering what the hell was going on. So I made a mental note of that, and I try to keep track of it and keep it as accurate. And the idea is to help, not confuse, right? This is pretty handy. This price levels indicator, which you have to buy from Bookmap, through the Bookmap marketplace, whatever it's called. This is pretty handy. It actually, if in this case there's a couple of levels or flags that are on top of one another, it splits the names over here so you can see this is the open and it's the overnight volume point of control. That's why this flag is here. That was the overnight volume point of control, and we've taken it out. So that first statistic has been satisfied. And so far, it's the only one. We haven't gotten up to the high or the mids or any of those guys yet. Don't see any disruptors to the market on the, but of course the ever-present random tweets or something, that's been the bigger auction disruption, I think, in the last little while. Who knows? But as far as planned stuff, we're pretty much out of the wood. They tried to close that gap and didn't get anywhere. Interesting, huh? They didn't. And we're only talking a few handles now. Oh, there we go. Look at there. Close the gap. Bam. I would say that's news, eh? Looks like it. And there's nothing upcoming that I see. What happened here? Well, there's nothing at 8:45, which is where we are. These times are Central Standard Time, as it's all the times on my charts. This is Financial Juice, which is free, by the way. And this is the economic calendar, which I've used for a long time, and investing.com, also free. So there was nothing planned for 8:45, so I'm assuming. Now, if you want to pay for this, I think it's fairly expensive. It's real time, as they keep going over here. I think it's $900 or something stupid. I don't need to have the news that quick. I see nothing here, do I? Something did that. Huh. Well, don't see any news. But my bet is that's what it was. That's a pretty random maneuver there for 68 8 handles in the blink of an eye and straight back up, or a fat finger, I guess, is a possibility. I don't know if fat fingers even happen anymore. Everything is more or less so much more automated and whatnot. Yeah. Well, so there's a dollar high and the session wide. That's pretty tight, really. I don't think that's just very good perspective for me anyway. Better to get out to at least 50 cents, I suppose. Okay. It'll be pretty phenomenal if they don't close this little teeny weeny bitty itty gap. They have closed it technically right here. So I guess you could say that's officially over with. The way I do these workflows, for those of you that don't know, Richard, maybe you don't. Once a level or like a naked volume point of control or whatever has been executed, I change the text to black. Once it's stale, like that. And that tells me that that's where it was, but it's no longer an active level. And I'm a little apprehensive about this one here. Technically, it closed the gap. But I'd sort of like to see price get in there rather than this thing. And this is the case with also the... and really, the gap is really... Yeah, it's closed, absolutely. Huh. Crazy. What do we got? Where's 500 guy? I don't see him in the dome today yet. So it's a pretty tight auction. The thing to remember now, the IB low is down here under the previous high and the gap low and all those things. So we're 10 handles wide so far. And that's only because of this thing. Otherwise, we'd be 8 handles wide. Looks like they're going to come down here and officially get it now. Got the mid down here below us, the overnight mid at 63. They haven't quite closed this out with regular trading yet, which is I would prefer to see. I would say we're going to probably. And a word about the gaps. I use range. So some people do value area high, some people do the close, you know, pick your poison. As far as I'm concerned, a gap is where we open looking at the previous range high or low. And that's just me. There we go. All right. So now we'll get rid of that. So the gap is closed. What will we do now? Will we do gap rules? Well, we are doing gap rules because we opened in a gap. So there you are. Will they be accepted now that they've closed the gap officially by real trade, or the auction has really done that, despite whatever this spike was? And will they be rejected back out of it again? Seems so. Nice that they pushed it down a couple of ticks, so we got the IB low below us now, value area low, and then this is a previous RTH high, which was the previous IB high, and there was a statistic of 66% that we took that out per the study. I'm not seeing anything particular that caused that spike, but whatever. Maersk has reopened Haifa. I'm so happy. Okay, tight range. We did get down there now, so we're in about a 10 handle range or 11. Don't look like they're particularly over the moon about closing the gap further into value. So I guess you could say that value is building higher. That's an old Dalton would always look at any market profile theorist. Where is value developing? You know, higher, lower, overlapping higher, overlapping lower, whatever, whichever, to give you an idea about. It's just, where's the consensus? You know, where is retail? Where's the fair price? And remember that the POC is just the point of control, is simply the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's why it's easy to predict where it's going to move by just looking at the numbers. Excuse me. As far as the fair price and all of those things, I have kind of a jaded opinion about all of that, I think. I'm sure there are high time frame people and investors that care about the value of the S&P. But I think the majority of what, especially the data that we see, is pure speculation. When you put on a trade, do you give a shit what the value of the S&P is? Or do you think, or do you care that it's going to go up to a level or down to a level or whatever else? And I think that that's indicative of pretty much everybody that we see trading. Now, Richard was talking the other day about options guys using market makers and whatever using futures as a hedge, and that's for sure they do. I'm still not quite understand exactly. I mean, I would suppose if they're using it for a hedge, they still care which way it goes to hedge opposite wherever their position is with the option. And whenever they're going to close or unwind that hedge, they're going to want to make money on it rather than lose, I suppose. Don't really understand all that, and I have not traded options. I think it's a place to go. I am now tracking the expected move, daily expected move on IRT over here, which is right here. There's our daily expected move for today is 61.70 half to the upside and 61.18 to the downside based on implied volatility as I understand to calculate it and the expected moves. So, yeah. I'm not sure what I think about value necessarily. I do understand that the value, as we talk about it in the volume profiles and the market profile, is a statistical representation of the 70% or the first standard deviation. And again, if they explore up and then mean revert back, that's not got anything to do with value, with if they care that what the price of the S&P is. Just personal thoughts. Where are we going to go today, boys and girls? Well, they just closed that gap by a tick or two, and now we're going the other way. Not much interest to get down there yet, so there's still a fair amount of irrational exuberance to the upside. And that's good, I guess. That's what makes the market. It's funny, I look back at charts or stuff that I've opened, years ago when I started this, and they were trading around 2,500 and and here we are, had I just gone and bought 10 of them or 100 of them or something and forgot about it and gone to the beach, I'd be not worrying about anything at the moment. Hindsight's pretty clear. It's like the rearview mirror traders, right? Pretty much everybody on the planet can do that. Look in the rearview mirror and talk about all the stuff all the great trades they took. Yeah, a lot of volatility in these spikes, and I'm not sure what's up with that. Oh, I have an idea. Yeah, we're relatively good volume. 95.9% volume on the day, average volume. At this time, there's a divergence up, flag up, ATR, harmonic rotations, some studies I've been doing. This is the SPX, and this is open interest on the ES. And these are the micros for anybody that's, I'll make sure that these are all on the right thing so that I push the levels for the micros, both ES and NQ, and for the minis. So every once in a while I want to make sure that that's all working okay. Yeah. Why? Why? Don't know. Anybody got any insight as to what we're doing here? I have not seen any news. Market is not particularly light, so typically when there's real low volume, people are able to jam this around pretty hard. We're running pretty much normals here. And no gigundous volumes any place, and I'm not seeing any news inputs to the auction. I wonder what's going on if I do one of these things over here. Let's see what stops and icebergs look like. It's going to be a mess, but there you go. That's why I have it turned off. I got to either change these colors, move these lines, or stop doing them. For me, that's just soup. This is the new indicator. They've changed these kind of things. That's to stop the new graphic and the new iceberg graphic. Maybe get rid of these lines. I don't know. I tend to try to mess with this stuff over the weekend to see what I'm thinking I should do or don't do. And there's another one, the absorption indicator's another one. Oh, and another one is sweeps. Yeah, I forgot about that. There's the sweeps too. You can have enough junk on here that pretty soon you don't see price. There's the sweeps guy. Look at that. Well, here's the big sweep. That's what that was. So stop sweep, they say. Took a lot of them out, huh? And the same thing on this side. Well, yeah, we could see that. I guess I think it's pretty obvious to us that this was a sweep. It still doesn't say what caused it. A liquidity vacuum or a stop cascade or whatever the terminology you want to use is. Stops and icebergs. Well, the sweeps, let's see whether we think those look kind of snazzy or not. That's not too bad. Obviously you guys understand the way a sweep works is if this is a relatively light volume area here, and somebody puts in a big enough order to take out several price levels at a time, poof, you have a sweep. Or a stop cascade or liquidity vacuum, a lot of different ways people talk about it, but that's all there is to it. If you got 10 levels of 10 contracts at each level and somebody puts in an order for 120 levels, you're going to sweep all 10 of them. I'm pretty sure that's the way that works. And I'm not sure whether I think I like that on my chart. Or that. And these delta balls are, these bubbles are delta, as I said before. Okay, 9 o'clock. We've pushed our IB. Got it widened out pretty well. So that's now we've got a range of about 13 handles is all. But I mean, it's not huge, but none of Antonio's favorite trades here, the VPOC migration, have reared their ugly head this morning yet. And my IB stuff is still got a ways to go before it sets. What the hell is going on now? Well, I guess everything is putting along here. So this is the micro composite for the ES. This is my typical micro composite profile. This is that little inset business that Tom did the other day, and I put it in here on mine just so that it, if anybody from TLab is, wanders by this stream, they don't get confused. I try to keep them aligned as possible, even though I don't necessarily understand or sometimes agree. As far as I remember from the guy who started this whole micro composite thing is Murad or FT71 years ago. I don't even remember how far long ago it was actually, but he did. And as I remember it, it's just RTH session. Wherever price overlaps, you continue the micro composite. Well, price very certainly has been overlapping. Now, you could make a case for the fact that it didn't right up here, but in fact it has. I don't know. But anyway, that's the reason for this little inset profile. And then because of this gap up and out, in my opinion, there's no overlapping going on here except for this little bit on the wicks. And that's why I started this micro composite up here at the top. So this is the new micro composite VPOC. Down here is is a naked micro composite VPOC. And this red line is interesting. This is the point of control for the granddaddy of them all volume profile here, which goes back to December of 23. And those were aligned now there for several days. That was kind of interesting. And there's our all-time high, I guess, 62.87. Is that right? Yeah, I think so. So there's a word about that. Not much interest in lower ground, are they? Not much interest in lower ground. And if you're a mean reversion scalper, you're having a hell of a good day. Boom, 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 boom. But, these kind of sweeps or whatever you want to call them here, pretty tough to trade. Hey, Panda, what's up? Did you come to sing to Antonio? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, 15 more for the IBs to set. This is kind of a good day to stay in bed, looks to me like. I'm sure Furs or somebody over at TLab is trading the hell out of things, probably. Seems to be doing really well. Trades a lot from what I see. Rod's making a lot of progress with the Static app. That's pretty nice. Look at here, 400 guy over here. Looking at the 71s and the 72s. Made some headway with the back testing ideas. Been looking at it. Boy, this internet it's funny how YouTube just takes off with some sort of a flurry of crap. And everybody jumps on the bandwagon. It seems like the latest one is opening range trades, which I've looked at for a long time. But now they're all over the place. This is the to the chart version of the trade. And what I'm conscious of doing with these is making sure that the stop's an accurate amount. If I want it to be 12 ticks, then it is. I can set those things up here for the on-chart version. The way this plots is it shows the entry. Blue is the in profit. The range is the high and low. This is the stop, and this is the target. And then I can also set them to the back test. So to run the back test on that is this. Looking back, this is looking at 100 days. So this would be the problem, all the statistics associated with that back test. And I'll move these into, I have the IB failure and the IB continuation also. The thing that I always make sure of is to make, I don't want the largest losing trade to be 300 because there's a 12 tick stop. And then 12 ticks on one contract is $150. So if these numbers aren't accurate, and the maximum, because it's a 2-to-1, it's 24. In this particular setup, it's a 24 tick target and a 12 tick stop. So if these numbers are wrong, then I know something's goofy with the back test. This is how IRT does that, and you can see exactly the outcome, the order type, the entry, the exit, the order type, and the result of every trade. So keep doing this now. And now that I've got these working fairly accurately, and I just couldn't make enough headway with Python. Oh, here we go. extending that IB high to the top. They got through that liquidity. 400 guy got traded out. Wrong screen. Sorry about that. 400 guy got traded out. And we pushed it up a little bit now. And we've got about 9 minutes to go till the IB sets. Well, as we approach the IB statistic, well, let's review some thinking about that. Typically, well, there are two versions of the initial balance trade, per the TLab and per common sense. Remember, what can price do? It can go up or it can go down. Period. Horizontal movement is what we put on it with time. So, common sense, if we're in a balanced rotational day, trading mode, let's get this bigger. Here's the IB high, here's the IB low. If it's rotational or balanced, typically, we would expect, oops, damn thing, I hate it when it does that. We would expect to test out of the IB once it's set. Remember that it's not set until 9:30, but we would test out of the IB and then mean revert. The IB failure or IBF trade is just simply mean reversion, outside in. Whereas the IBC or IB continuation is more typical in a directional type of environment. And we continue on in the direction of the trade. So the tests are the opposite way, right? The confirmation and the trigger are converse to each other. So let's see what happens. The VPOC migration and the IB trades are the two that I'm working on from a point of view of vetting, which I do obviously off hours, so that I can have the proper data for my trading business. Five more big ones here. If you had to look at this from I don't know, rational point of view or just kind of thinking about it logically, we had this big wick down to close the gap. No interest below there, apparently, so far. And then we've been trading up. So we've got higher lows, except for this wick, and higher highs. And you notice how the movement of the IB is considerably more dramatic to the upside than it's just leveled out right after we closed the gap and there wasn't much interest down there. So I guess I would say that that my initial reaction would be to expect or anticipate that we might actually go IBC, and even though it's counter to the logic that we're pretty balanced today, and that's about as balanced as you're going to want to get right there. So I'll be thinking about both to see what happens. Similar situation to yesterday, I guess, wasn't it? Yesterday we ended up taking the IB low first. Actually, we never did take the IB high at all yesterday. Yesterday, IB high was put in. IB low was taken out. Retested. Continuation. Never went back the other direction. And it was a pretty balanced day. So once we, remember that this was the day in the first 30 minutes, first 1 hour. Trade was right here, balanced, just as we are today. And then they broke below it and brought value down to overlapping and lower with this larger distribution. Couple minutes here. They're going to have a little flurry right here into the IB statistics set with a little bit of a bump up. So cute. These little trade days that are up in outer space like this are always, I find them hard to try to get my head around. I mean, like, here we are up in outer space. Now, if you roll back here a bit, we're still working on these shorts. Market goes down to go up. To quote the Tom. Okay, there we are. Now, the IB statistic is in play. And there we go. We just took the IB stat on the second, I guess. Well, okay. Is that going to be Is that going to be a V reversal up to this liquidity that's been sitting in there for a little while, quite a little while at 77? Did something happen I don't know about? So there's our IB statistic set right there. And that's why this didn't move. And there we go. There's something going on. I'm not sure what, but something definitely is. Seems like they're trying to relive the trade of yesterday in reverse. I wouldn't say this was a short for the mean, the IB failure, that's for sure. And this is an IB continuation at this point without any of the confirmation or trigger. Typically, you want it to go out through, come back down, not get anywhere, and then head up. I don't know. Maybe the news chick is, dancing topless. Hell if I know. Well, we're right in the middle of all this consolidation over here. And this big long candle. I think this might have been tariff day over here, or independence, destruction, or whatever. Beats me why this is going on. Other than they're just trading it. So is this buy the dip? Kind of random price behavior from the IB. Can't say that I know. I don't buy the dip didn't necessarily work out. Not scaled, if you did. If you were clever enough to get on the long, that's pretty cool. And seems like we're doing the reverse of yesterday so far. Now, in the old market profileisms of the world, a P-shaped profile, where in other words, a thin body lower and a larger distribution on the top end is considered short covering. And a B-shaped, which is the reverse, is long liquidation. At the moment, here was our profile today, and now we did this. Looks kind of like a B, doesn't it? Definitely over here in the market profile, but that was kind of where we were yesterday with our little profile up here, and then suddenly we dropped below it into the, didn't quite close these singles out. And we got another B going on, so yeah. I wouldn't raise my hand to say this is a potential IB continuation or failure, to be honest about it. So far, it's a continuation, but now we're getting kind of a consolidation, or a V-shaped lower highs and higher lows, focusing, getting ready to do something, you would imagine. I don't know what. And unfortunately, when that happens, I don't do anything. It seems like the majority of the time these days, which is annoying and frustrating and everything else. I don't even see any comments from Tom. Well, this is very definitely a consolidation or a in a fractal, as Tom would say, a Russian doll. What will we have? A breakout and retest, a bar trade here? Beat the hell out of me. It looks pretty pretty goofy to me. I keep expecting to see some really low volume or something weird going on, or a report that I forgot to find, or, something. Here would be that breakout. Now will we retest? Looks like they took out the liquidity there at that level. Down to this low volume node in both profiles. Don't forget that this is the full session volume profile, not the ETH. So that's why they look so similar at this point. This one has been plotting since 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. And if I could figure out a way to just have it be the ETH, I would. I can see how to reset them, but I can't see how to stop them. So that's why it is what it is. And I don't. Well, there's the breakout. Here's the retest. Very clearly that's a bar trade. Now, the big question I have about bar trades, and nobody's answered me when I ask them, and I haven't figured it out. What does that mean? Okay. So are you leaning towards the direction of the breakout? I think it's based on context and, again, discretion. But it isn't, that doesn't necessarily make it a cut and dried setup and trade to me. It looks like it's the breakout in the direction of the trend. It looks, in this case, a movement in the direction of the breakout. Or another breakout. And here's the IB high, remember. So now we're actually getting back to a proper test of the IB high for determination whether this is going to be a continuation or a failure. To the point that I want to be sure I've got my shit together. Because what'll happen here, if you move to another instrument or whatever, and I might have forgotten that I did that, it automatically disables the control panel, trade control panel. So here we are. Will this be, in hindsight, this will be the beautiful mean reversion outside in structured trade, which is so clearly identifiable in hindsight. I mean, obviously, I think I pointed it out earlier that here we are at the top, but what's that mean? And what are we doing and how do we get there? No normal kind of action that I'm used to or familiar with or comfortable with. And here we are doing something. And these are strange levels because they don't really have a big, definite, well, I should have gone long, I guess. Definite, there's a bunch of stops living down there. That was a good test of the IB. Looking for an IB continuation. So at this point, had you gotten on that, you're scaled, or pretty close to it. Not quite. But that was kind of a weird reaction here. That was the entry, apparently. There's the scale if you got long hair. Will they get through this 238? Looks like it. This is not the place to go long. I don't do breakouts. For me, that's an error of, I call it FOMO, and it's an error code. I have ER, plan, execution, FOMO, and that would be it. On a greater scale, what is this? This is a breakout and retest. Now, I wish I was long from down here, but it was too quick for me. And this day had not really started out being a IB continuation day, but which I think I talked about earlier, typically would be looking for an IB failure or mean reversion. So there's a liftoff. They got through that liquidity. And we got him up again at 82s. So will they come back down and test? Well, I guess I should be quicker. I really don't know what to think here. Maybe walking in here this morning and having all the data goofy and everything frozen up was an omen. I know Rod and Gary and Garrett and Harry are all discounted the day and gone off to do something else. I don't know what's going on in TLab world here. Whoa, there we go, Antonio. Here's your VPOC migration. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Whoops, 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 sorry. Maybe not. Maybe cooking was a little bit of a... So if they test back down through here, that would be a valid VPOC migration. The POC is migrated outside of the IB high, which is is a statistic which is one that is followed and observed by Rod. I think a couple others. I wouldn't take this long until we get a somewhat of a test back towards the IB low, or at least this area where we had liquidity. Yeah, no kidding. That seems to be the way to go, Antonio. Here's your IB, the migration, and I guess maybe that was is this all they're going to test? That didn't make sense. Would like to see him come down here to this 77s or even the IB, but if I were long, you can bet your sweet ass he'd be down there in the blink of an eye. I don't know. Seems like a funny market today, huh? I mean, it's moving, but how weird is this? And I'm sure there'll be one of these random absorptions or sweeps, and it'll go jumping one way or another, a substantial amount. It keeps feeling to me like there's real light volume. I keep checking my volume thing to see what is going on over there. %, that's pretty good. Well, there you go. Yeah, I hope you're on it. That'll be the one that got away. That one and this one. And I guess I'm just too conservative here or something. Got developing value area high and the VPOC outside of the IB high in the first hour plus, hour and 10, 15 minutes. $245 at the 82s, huh? And once again, the dilemma, is that the lid on the pot or is that the big magnet sucking them up? Developing value area high seems to be kind of a important thing. I expected more here. And as a result, here I sit. I guess you'd have to say that there's a lot of, well, I'll tell you what I would say, frankly. I was going to say a lot of support right here, but what I would say was there's a buttload of stops right under this level. All these people that have been for the last little while here, 20 minutes, been going, yay, who we're going up. Yeah, it's a long, look out. Yay, it's a long. Now, maybe they got taken out here, but it looks like there's a whole big line of people right here. Yes, support, that have their stops down there. That's maybe just the glass half empty rather than half full. I guess the half full guys think it's support and up we go, and the half empty guys think there's a bunch of stops down here and would like to see them get into them. And that's what I guess I missed right over here on the IB continuation. Speaking of missed trades, I want to keep track of that. Come on, man. You know you want to go down there and spank these guys. I'm going to walk away here and get my tea filled up, so get ready with the trade. That usually is when things break. Yeah, there you go. You're welcome. Son of a bitch. And who knows? I guess if squeeze, I beat the hell out of me. What's up? But, if you're off the 78 somewhere, that's pretty snazzy. You're scaled and feeling a little better about life. This thing again. No idea why that started happening either. The only CSV files are pushing these cloud nodes, and why that's doing that, I got no idea. Other than it just pissed me off. I would say go long and, to hell with go long and go to bed, but terrible location, FOMO location, going long at the high. And your stop would be right smack in the middle of all of this traffic and on the POC. That seems like dumb in every sense of the word. And it'll, but it will end up being fine. I got quite a ways to go before they can get it to migrate again. Well, that's about a nothing burger. There was the trade. You're exactly right, Antonio. That was the missed opportunity, and I guess you could say as was the VPOC migration, but that didn't fit my needs as far as the parameters that would validate that trade. And with those parameters and $5, you can get a Starbucks because here goes the damn market. I don't know what to do. I'm getting to the point where just every time I see anything that's remotely close like that, throw the trade on and then do the stats at the end of the month and see what the probability is. And might be it. I don't know. The opening range trade, that's also but simple. I've been doing it just because it's so simple to identify from a code perspective that I can easily put it in there in that, back testing chart and all that stuff and make sure all those things are working right. And then I get to like on the IB failure and the IB continuation trade, which I'm doing, it's multi-target. It's exactly the same risk neutral setup as we have here. 2 contracts with a stop at the same location and then risk neutral scale and then the runner. And that's working well also as far as the code, it's executing as expected. And then I have to just become confident with it and, eat my own dog food. And maybe focus on the opening range trade, which has a pretty high probability of 2 to 1. 70, 65, 70%. And you can't get any simpler. Now this, I'm just looking at this. This would actually this would have actually triggered the IB failure trade in the code because it's tested through, back down. Now, so that's where you got to that's where the code has to become more. This is where the subjectivity or the discretion comes in. Why I'm not good enough to be thinking I could code up an algorithm that I would, go to bed and feel comfortable with. Because by the definition of the IB failure trade, this would have been entered a short failure right there. So you have to be able to tell it what context is. Where are we now? I've forgotten my new plan of looking at the whole day. let's see. Sink or swim. I'm just looking through the trader's lab here. Looking for something. Nothing on Static, that's for sure. Harry's not around. Garrett said he's going off to work. See you guys later. And Rod said, you're smart. See ya. And that's the end of it. Now, this is exactly where boredom and FOMO bite in the ass. Exactly. Coming up to Tom time here, Antonio. Quarter past the hour, 16 past, actually. Don't see much going on over there either. What's his name? Asked me something here. I got to figure out what. What did Alan want? Well, there we go. Look at her go now. God damn it. I mean, having said that, all expletives aside, we're only talking about 6 handles here from the almost 10 handles from the IB. So the IB continuation was, as you pointed out, the way to go. Although in hot pursuit by the VPOC migration, even though the trigger and those things weren't there as far as I'm concerned. But, we're only 4 or 5 handles off of those levels. So it's not like the thing is just ripping and snorting over here. But very definitely, what's the context? Up. Where have we had ideas? Oh, and if you want to be as simple or rudimentary, buy the dip. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. Maybe this will be a buy the dip, kind of in a certain context is, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. What's his name over there? Dakota. He's had a terrible, he was sharing the other day that he's down 86,000 this year on his live account. And he's got a paper sign on his thing behind him. It said, BTFD, buy the frickin' dip. He keeps trying to short, the NQ. I don't hang out or listen to that much. I try to listen to slow markets once in a while, something to do while I'm standing here doing back testing and whatnot. I've also listened to Anne Marie a bit. She's got some stuff out there you can find on YouTube. She seems to make more sense to me. Look at this. Speaking of sense to me, I hope you're on something here. One of you, some of you, all of you. I'm not. Slow and steady. Up we go. Okay. I see Tom's busy using his market profile charts and some other ones. With other crazy charts with all kinds of lines and zigzags and stuff like that. So he must have monitors full of stuff going on over there, I'm sure. Lefty says he's taken MR mean reversion longs and that IB continuation. So he's a happy guy today. That's good. I, on the other hand, am not. Just a complete steady climb straight up. I don't know when the hell I'm going to just get on these kind of things and let them go. You know, after this many years, maybe I'm just not going to ever figure it out. I don't know. We'll figure it out consistently. And I'm very aware that scared money can't trade. So, you know, this recent development in my world has put me, kind of got me boxed into a corner here. So this needs to happen. Now, it's easy to be patient and introspective and detail-oriented when you don't have to produce or worry about it necessarily. My phone is going off like crazy with Discord stuff. I don't know what's happening, but I don't see anything blowing up on this side. Where am I here? Yeah, I'm on the right screen and 8 views and a few concurrents, and that's good. We need to get about, 10,000 viewers or 1,000 viewers and 10,000 subs, and then just divvy the money up from YouTube and we can all go get drunk. Not worry, I'll meet you up. I'll meet you in Faro. We'll go have some bacalhau. That'd be so good. I really do like that. So. Oh, no. Okay, make me feel better. There you go. Make me feel better. Make me proud. Thank all those guys who are making all that money. Ooh, it's about Tom time. I'm sure he'll have lots to say about structured trades and context and all those really good good advice. Rod mentioned this morning, Antonio, that he's pitching Static to venture capital group this weekend, so he could be off to the big league. I really hope for him. There's some pretty incredible stuff out there. Have you heard about a thing called Trend Spider? I believe it's only applicable to trading an account through a broker, like doesn't work for these TopStep things or whatever. But it's got, codeless, menu-driven backtesting facilities and lots of stuff. I noticed it on, take care, Antonio. See you tomorrow. I noticed, Anne-Marie actually is where I noticed it. When I was looking at some of hers, I noticed the app she had open was called Trend Spider. So it must be something she's using. And I think it works all world stocks, options, futures. Kind of like IB only. And maybe it could be a front end for IB. I don't know. You might check it out. It has a lot of capability from what I could see. Here we go. Spank those boys and girls. Show them who's boss. Now here's a mean reversion short. Ow. Which I am not. So is this our daily context change? There's one hell of an IB continuation test, huh? I'm almost going to go long here just thinking that this is with the IB above it, with the IB, the VPOC above the IB, but why the sell-off all of a sudden? Down to this... right down to this low volume node. I don't know what's going on here or why. I'm going to be probably pretty disappointed that I didn't get along though, as I was going to be. I'm real mindful of boredom and FOMO here. Can feel the adrenaline hit when this movement starts after all this noise. And what's the attraction of this low volume node? In keeping with my, my usual thinking, the market takes the stairs up and jumps out the window down. It's kind of why I got into trading shorts long ago. Got some sellers down here that aren't getting too far. But this is pretty much an outer space here. We were at this big liquidity and this low volume node once upon a time. But I don't know whether that's the reason to try to go long. 1, 2, 3. The fact that we're above, the VPOC is above the IB high. This could be essentially a mean reversion on a smaller fractal. Missed opportunity here, looks like it. Busy talking and not trading. And there would be the scale from when I was all itchy fingers with the trigger. And of course, once you scale, then who cares? Helmet and away you go. Darn it. Didn't listen to myself. Wasn't self-aware of the reactions. Yeah, that's disappointing there. So 2 good trades today, both VPOC migration or VPOC continuations, actually. IB continuations and a VPOC migration, I guess. Damn it. How disappointing. Should have just taken the high volume node and stopped looking at levels down here. Low volume node, sorry. Right here. That differentiator between the distributions. Oh, that's disappointing. Hopefully someone got it here. I'd like to hope that my narration is at least helping somebody. If not me, someone. That would be good. Boy, that is disappointing, though. That doesn't help the way I feel about it, but it would help me feel better if I thought I was helping somebody out. I remember when I first started trading, a guy that was very successful at it, and this was in equities in 99, would always talk about the W, or the 1, 2, 3 pattern, he called them. I think it's a Wyckoff thing, and about 1,000 other people that have rebranded to themselves like the ICT guy, is all of his stuff is Wyckoff or Dow. Really nothing original there at all. But rebranded with his style, and if he helps people with that, great. Boy, oh boy, am I pissed. To the point of I'm going to step away and go take a shower here, I think, just because I don't want to get extra FOMO or anger or whatever. I mean, I'm not angry, but disappointed. To articulate it, have my hand on the button and not take it because I'm thinking we're going to go a little lower towards these, the VWAPs or this. Didn't see this test here. I was looking. Yeah, I guess I did. Yeah, that's just maddening. If you're familiar with Tom's trading and TLab and the error cost calculator, Rod has coded something into the Static app, which is missed trades. And you can enter all the specific parameters and, it's up to you to enter them factually and realistically. Don't put some stupid profit, or whatever else. And then you can just filter if in or out those missed trades and see what a dramatic impact that has on your curve, your win percentage and your profit factor and all those things. The way I do them is, for example, I screen snap this missed trade here and this one, and I got another one over here, which will all be in the same idea. So at this evening between the markets, I will replay this stream, which Bookmap replays. If you didn't notice the progress bar up here, which I always include in my snaps, and the little thing down here that says replay instead of real trading, and it's a trick that I guess a lot of internet gurus use by just capturing this screen and say over here, you don't see those two things. You can't tell the difference between now and the real market, and even the time is going along at the same time as it is now. So it's very accurate, and your orders are represented and, tracked just as if they are real time, and your stuff is, your data is populating up here, and it's really great. So I replay and trade these missed trades, but the way I do it is I use my risk neutral bracket, which I described earlier, and I don't touch it. I don't move the stop, I don't move the risk neutral scale, and I don't move the profit target. To be realistic, so that it's realistic and not some conjured up, inflated outcome. And then I take that data, which is pretty simple because it's two contracts. I know that it's 60 ticks if they're both hit, both targets are hit, and the times, and then I enter them in the missed trade in my static journal. Boy, that's disappointing. It's so amazing how the split second decision and click or not click can have such an emotional impact for such a long period of time. Had I taken this trade, scaled, target, close, not yet, but close, the psychological impact of the rest of the day is dramatic. And I have to be vigilant not to have it be the converse, depressed psychological state the rest of the day for not having done so. That's when you have to. Somebody, I don't know who it was, somebody I saw somewhere or another, some traders, there's no such thing as a missed opportunity in trading. There's only the next opportunity. That was his way of getting around that. In TLab, they talk about, the next, I'm waiting for the next bus or whatever, but it still wears on me anyway. In the course of today, I had one. There's a 60-pointer, no question, with no heat. There's one. No question, no heat. Is it 65? No, not quite yet. The 60-point trade is 60 ticks, I'm sorry, is the risk neutral scale that I have queued up now. It's the 2-lot version of my risk neutral bracket right here. So it's 2 contracts, 12 tick stop, 12 tick for the first one, and 48 ticks for the second one. Which is 12 points. So it hasn't reached the second profit target yet. This one very definitely did. Actually, no, it did not. What am I talking about? 76. There's the profit. There's the 12 points. So it didn't get there. Now, I would typically in a real trade, I would manage by trailing my stop below the swings, right? So we had a swing high, swing low, I would have trailed to here. And likely it left it here as it went up. Or perhaps trailed up. That's a real discretionary thing you need to work out in your trade plan. Because look at the difference. That's a scratch, the entry, as opposed to up here. But it is depressing. You get the point. These are the things you need to deal with psychologically. And there's all these guys like Steenbach and everybody that are making, a fortune being trading psychologists. So I'll step away here at about 11. Put on my Be Right Back music so I'm away. I've got to get a new, this weekend I'll get the new music, non-copywritten music stuff that's not just the bass lines that I've typically used over the years. So it's a playlist of stuff. A little bit more enjoyable than just dead air. We're just approaching, we just did the end of the RTH 1. Now we're into the RTH 2, which is just dividing the RTH session in, 407 minutes by 3. By 3. 3. My voice isn't working anymore. 3. That's something Rod came up with that I like. It just another way of filtering or grouping trades. And in my local journal that I've had for a long time, which I've let get behind actually since I've been using StatTick, it groups, and I can filter by days of the week and hours of the day, and maybe a bit too anal or granular, but I like Rod's RTH 1, 2, and 3 of the day. Good way to group things. Boy, that's just annoying as hell, isn't it? Now, it isn't 10 handles yet, but and it's worth pointing out that these IB continuation, VPOC migration, these trades didn't have any heat. Not to the full target, though, so that's something to consider. They have not reached the full target, none of them. except had I done something down in here. Or, of course, you know, if my rearview mirror is really clean and polished up, and I'm a real flagrant internet guru guy, I got on along down here, which I'm not. But none of these, this trade, nor this trade, nor this trade, are reached the profit target, which is the final runner, which is 12 ticks, 12 handles, 48 ticks. All, you know, extremely safe, helmet on, in the money, risk neutral scale taken. And in most cases, I would be managing the trade by trailing up under swing lows. You know, I don't think makes much sense to sit there like a bird on a wire and wait for the thing to come back in your face. At the very least, trail up to the first risk neutral scale, then you have locked in the minimum of that amount of money as far as profit goes. After you've taken the scale. And there are people that the minute they get positive, they're trailing to break even, and then they're trailing to the first target. There's so many ways to think about it. Get ready on your trades. I'm going to go get some more tea. Oh, well, nobody got enough to retire while I was gone. Well, that's too bad. That's a shame. All right, I'm going to get my green tea going here and my shower and some other stuff I got to do. So I'm going to kick this Be Right Back music on, which is a walking bass. I think it's at least better than completely dead air. I don't know. Here's what we've got for IRT at this point in time. Double distributions. IB high was taken. We had one IB continuation. Actually, two, if you want to call them that. Micros, if you're interested in that, look like that. I mean, they look essentially the same. The big interesting part about the micros, which makes perfect sense, of course, is the volume. Because there are 10 contracts of the micros to make up one of the minis. So typically the volume is considerably higher on the micros, but lately it has not been, which is pretty interesting. In fact, now, ironically, the micros are less than the minis. That's pretty weird. You could really tell when the volatility was high and everybody switched to minis or micros because the volatility was 2 and 3 times. I mean, the volume was 2 times the mini. It was kind of interesting. I guess that might be a good measure of volatility. The volume of the minis compared to the micros. And looking at the volume and the other numbers here, what do we got? Well, here was our delta divergence with the swing high, swing low, I mean. If we took that long, that would have been a pretty happy event. Now it's got a short up here, so what to think about that, I don't know. This is the ATR. The volume is holding right at 90%. I'll be the first to say I don't really know what to make of or how to exactly use the harmonic rotations. But here they are. And this is a whole bunch of different studies that can be done here. Around the initial balance. This is open interest on the ES in a daily chart. So essentially this is the micro composite chart, much as you want to call it that. Here's the all-time highs over here. And over here. And this is open interest. And this is the SPX. This is the IRT version of Bookmap that I've built. Liquidity, volume bars, closing price. You can adjust these so that you can get rid of all this confusion here, and it incorporates the levels and a dome, so you can trade with it. And this is one I've been looking at. Which has a couple of things. Number one is the way I calculate I use this one to calculate the expected move. And this is something that another trader pointed out to me that they use and like, is they look at the largest recent volume bar, not range, but volume. So there. And then they put a bracket around that. And if we trade into that, you can also use a VWAP in there off of that too to see which the angle of the VWAP is. And if we trade in, depending on where we trade around that bracket, is indicative of where we're going to go. And you can see what happened once we got out of that cross there and didn't test back into it. We've gone exactly that way. Context has been exactly straight up. So that's an interesting thing to look at. And then the back testing I've already gone through. And back to the minis. I don't have bunches of other charts. I try to make them all look somewhat similar, even though they might not be as easy to read. There you go. And with that, it's 2 minutes to 11. And pretty soon I'm going to be in heaven. I'm hoping. All right. Ooh, VPOC migration again. Well, there you go. Now do I take it? Do we take that VPOC migration and go long? My typical maneuver would be, and my typical trade plan would be, no. I wait for it to test down, especially with the, price check at aisle 3 right down here previously. I would expect price to come test this or somewhere around it before it moved up. However, we've just now had the full session volume profile align with it also. I would still say that instead of just taking that mechanically, I would be looking for it to come down here somewhere for the trigger. So, I may have missed another trade here. But I think you got to be true to what your plan is normally and what you've been able to identify statistically. And statistically, the worst trade I have in my journal is the VPOC migration, especially taking it mechanical on the migration. So, there you are. Merry Christmas. Have a great day, and I'll be right back. And I just realized that I had the screen on the wrong one. This is what I'm talking about. Here's that migration. Here's the full session migrating up here, aligning with it. But there's been no tests. And we have very close, look at this, 3 points to this previous VPOC migration. And then we're going to go higher. So I'm going to get, I'm going to feel like crap again. But I stuck with my trade plan that, no, I don't take this trade mechanically. And maybe I need to revisit that. This is why it is so important, in my opinion, to approach trading as a business. And that business is one of statistics and probabilities in a random market, a random environment. And look at us go. And now aren't I pissed? There's my scale. And there we're going to go higher. And I didn't do it. This time. That's why probabilities and statistics are so important. Your brain as a human remembers the good stuff. I will remember this and be forever disappointed that I didn't take that. And I will have forgotten all the times that taking this mechanically, I got stopped out. So what do? You identify a setup and the criteria that validate that setup and entry, and then you capture as many instances of that as you can. Backtesting is the ideal way, and you do it off hours away from the live market and determine mathematically if that has an edge or not. If that setup and those criteria have a positive edge, or expectancy, or probability, or whatever you want to call it, then you take that every time it manifests itself. And you rely on the law of large numbers to propagate the profit percentage to your bank, your account. And that's not something I dreamed up. That's, Jim Simmons and Simons and Ray Dalio and Paul Tudor Jones and Sosnoff and Mark Douglas and Trader Tom and any successful professional trader that you can name. If you listen to what they say long enough, you'll discover that they're talking about, or they will actually say, enough occurrences of probability, etc. And that's what it is. So, for example, if I do the work and I capture the data and I discover that there is a positive edge that the minute the VPOC migrates up, whether it's tested or not, I take every one of those and I get a scale. And then the next step would be to my profit target or my runner. Then you do that. Every time that happens, you do that. And had I done that right now, I'd be all happy with myself. And had I done it over here, I'd be happy with myself. And even down here, if you want to call it that. But here was a test down. So here, if you got long on the migration, you got stopped out right there. This was a good one. Maybe something like if both align immediately in this, like they did in this case, you take that trade. You see, and but you must identify that before the fact. And then you take all of them that you can, and the law of large numbers manifests. And it is, by the way, the same exact concept as a casino. They play no game for which they have not pre-identified a probability, a positive probability, or edge for the house, and the specific rules. And then on the casino floor, their only object is to play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours. They know gamblers will win. We know we'll take stops. But the idea is to get as many occurrences or samples of that data as you can, and then that edge will manifest. That's the key to trading as a business, in my opinion. A sustainable, long-term, consistently profitable business. That's what I think. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it too, by golly. And I'm pissed again. So there's a missed opportunity. You could call this one missed. Missed opportunity. Missed opportunity. But it didn't, I was standing here, I was talking about it. I said, ooh, here's this, and here's this. But we haven't tested down at all. So there wasn't a trigger in the way it went. And if you try to catch it up here, you're chasing them. Yeah, and it's sub 6 handles. Wouldn't I be thinking I was clever? Yes, I would. It's even more disgusting when you look over here, or perhaps more clear. So here's the open. Here's the VPOC migration. There's the VPOC migration. There's the VPOC migration. Now, what happened between here and here? This happened. This happened. To extent this happened. Those are stops. And then this. All right. Have a good one. Trade safe. I'm going to go lick my wounds and be pissed. And the cats just came through and had an intervention that I've got to go shower. They won't talk to me anymore, so... Wow, somebody lit a fire under him, huh? Hi, Panda. Wow. Look at him go. The hell was that? Well, here's why. Let's see, what was this one here? Was this the IB continuation? No, that's a great idea, yeah. That's one I missed. Here's another VPOC migration that I missed. I mean, I wasn't out here, but yeah. Now here we go up. Wow. Pretty crazy. And here's today. Look at this thing over here. They are definitely in the mood for higher. And I'm in the mood for, wish I hadn't laid down, but I feel pretty good about it. So take your pick. There's the one I missed, and here's the one I missed and was really upset about. Now here we got the next one. Yeah, they've been great all night. Panda, what? Huh? What? You want? When you What do you want, little snacky girl? Wow, look at her go, huh? Certainly missed the opportunities there. Looks like a lot of people come and gone. That's pretty cool. I wish I'd been around. I can never tell who's here or who's not. I wonder if there's a way to do that. Wow, these VPOC migrations, this is the one I was bemoaning the fact here just before I left. Here's a perfect, now here's one where we actually tested. This was a classic for me to take right there. That is pretty much my definition of the VPOC migration trade. Of course, rear view mirror trading and, looking in the rear view mirror is crystal clear. Hmm. Well, double top up here at what? Yes. Still curious what these little beauties here are all about. How they're making them, how they're doing them. Well, we're coming up on the 2 o'clock power hour. Are they going to want to take some profit? That'll be the question. Now the thing where I always come to with these kind of days is I've been away, I've come back, there's been the moves, and so it's a real FOMO struggle to, or not struggle, but it's I'm very aware of the fact that I don't want to be trying to play catch up or, anything. Now, here was this one I narrated and very definitely didn't take because there was no trigger. The second it went, off she went. Right here, there was the trigger. VPOC up, traded back down, and then took off. Now, there wasn't quite the full trade yet. There was a scale and then very close to my runner, which is 48 ticks. This is one to be very cautious of. This time of day, approaching 2 o'clock, are they going to start taking profit and pull this thing back? Here we go now. We're going to be in the power hour. And as typical, I will be ending the stream at 1500, the cash close. And if there's anything exciting in the slow markets here, the ETH, I'll do a short stream. But otherwise, as always, at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, I'll start the stream with the pre-market, the news, prep for the day, and then the open, and away we go. And I'm pretty disappointed about the idea of today. Narrating here, no trigger. Here, no trigger. Away from the market, away from the office, and here was the VPOC migration with the trigger. And now it didn't reach the second target, or the runner, which is my risk neutral 2-lot package. For anybody that didn't see that, it's real simple. I use a risk neutral trading system that we've developed. In this case, it has to be in even numbers of contracts. The package must be the stop for all of the contract where the package is at one stop location. And I've chosen 12 ticks. So you can do that with any way you want to. ATR, harmonic rotation, chicken bones, your kid's birthday, whatever. Whatever you have worked out with your back testing is the most ideal. And then the first risk neutral take profit target is for half of the package at the same number of ticks as the stop in the favor, opposite direction, obviously. Once this is achieved, the trade is risk neutral, and the worst you can possibly do is scratch. So all that drama and psychology and pressure is immediately gone. And you can manage out the trade with your runner. And here's a 4-lot example, very simple. Same thing, 4 contracts, 12 ticks, 2 contracts, half the package, positive 12 ticks. And the nice part about the multi-brackets, at least on Bookmap, is you don't have to be going short or long, right? You just set this up one way, and it is smart enough to figure out if you go short, your stop is 12 ticks above and your take profit's 12 ticks below. And if you go long, it's the other way around. So that's pretty handy. And I've set some of these up for back in the day, a couple months ago when Emancipation Day or whatever Trump called it, with high volatility for those periods. I would change these things out. That's how it works. So that's how the risk neutral system works. And then you have to be aware that you've chosen the right way to interact with the application with your mouse and confirm the right number of contracts for the package you chose. And I ticked it again, so I get the real estate on my screens back. And since I have this set for all profit and movement within a trade in ticks rather than dollars, I can have this active and visible because I don't believe you should trade your P&L. So there's that. And I wish I'd have bought the frickin' dip. There's the scale. Now it's wide open. this point in time in the power hour now, it would be possible to imagine that we're going to take some profit. If you were long from anywhere down in here, your 30 handles of profit up there, you might want to take some. I don't know. Here's our day's trade. I'm guessing it's short squeeze. They're finally wringing this bunch out. I guess, but it's quite a long time ago. You know, back in March. This is February 21st right there. Don't know. You never know. If anybody's got interested in these session prices, I have the code and I share these. They're updated live real time by my IRT every day, starting Sunday night through Friday evening. It's just ping me and let me know in the comments or the chat. I share this with all of the IRT or the Trader Lab and the Static guys, and how disappointing, huh? Right there. There's 3 points. Now we're at 6. What I'm doing lately is I'm marking the start of every session here. And then I try to keep the entire session in view, so I have a real confirmed familiarity with the context and, you know, just where the hell we've been. And then when I wanted to try to get into something, I can just scroll in and see the bigger picture. This I would not have entered, even though it's working out very well. I would have been looking for this to come down here to the POC, you know, and it didn't. So it happens. What are you going to do? Oh, man. Okay. All right, here we are. The power hour, baby. Obviously, you would not want to be looking to short this market anytime soon up till this point. I think one of the best advantages or one of the best basic principles in your trade plan is to stay in alignment with the context. Is there any doubt in anybody's mind what the context is today? Even in including the NQ. So that's a real basic tenet, I think, for a successful trade plan. Okay, we near the final curve. Pretty disappointed with my performance today. Hasn't been I've been having, analysis paralysis lately. Not sure if it's fear. Well, I guess it always boils down to fear of losing, even though I'm, intellectually understand exactly how the nature of the business, trading as a business really is and really works, what to do, how to do it, as I described earlier in here, which is, you can see once the stream is over, I update the chapters, and then all of those things are time-stamped, so that's a good review. So is the pre-market and how the setups work and how the the statistics are derived for the price levels and the open types. That's all. Do all of that, the pre-market. Yeah. My typical focus for trading is in the RTH 1 bracket. Which is the first from 8:30 until 10:45. Just divide the RTH. There's 407 minutes, but the RTH session divided by 3, and I think that's what you get. Maybe not. Maybe it's 05. Hold on. Yeah, $1.35. Or thereabouts. Anyway, it's something Rod came up with in Static, and I like it a lot. My journal used to, it breaks out, my old time local journal breaks out trades and categorizes them by days of the week and hours of the day, etc. But I like this pigeonhole idea of the RTH 1, 2, or 3. makes it kind of a nice grouping. I'm not sure why we're not getting this here. There we go. Yeah. 405, that's what I thought. What did we do? Die over here or what? Everybody go to sleep? Yeah, so we are going to turn the corner here in about 9 minutes. And then we have the market on close orders at 1450, sometimes adjusted with another uplift at 55, and the cash close at 1500. I wish she would have, the views that came through would have poked the like. That would have been nice, and subscribe. I'd like to see, I don't quite understand how all of this works. As far as OBS is concerned, it's got a view, quite a high views number here, and consecutive viewers at the moment is 1. So I'm guessing that's just me here, because I have the stream on one of my upper monitors, which is another machine. So I think that's how it works. Anyway, yeah, it seems to be working fine. Audio's okay. I got to get that music figured out this weekend. Here we go with another VPOC migration. Oh, well. What are you girls going to do now? Are they going to try to be even more? Under the context, this would be a legitimate VPOC migration, assuming we get a test below it in some degree for a trigger like here. For me, frankly, and there we go. We did not get one. You see that? Unless you want to call that. I guess maybe I'm just not looking close enough. So 92 to 94 is the scale. And, you know, is that going to happen this late in the day? I don't know. That looks like I just took out some stops across here, looking for the short. See what the stops and iceberg thingy looks like. Keep these things off because they're so annoying, or I've got to figure out a way to set them up so they're not so intrusive. And I don't see the you can make this, you can get this thing just about as blurry as you wanted to get it. Look at this. Now, this VPOC migration was a legitimate trade. Just at this time of day, I'm not so sure. These are sweeps. There you go. Pretty confusing, huh? I think so too. I don't know what that absorption indicator even does anymore, to be honest with you. I'm thinking this looks pretty good. I know what happened here. No doubt in my mind. Five minutes to the final turn, baby. And then what are we going to do? Are we going to squeeze them some more? I can't imagine how. Or are we going to try to take some profit? These are all pretty important questions. So this one, I'm not nearly so disappointed about. It did get a scale, so it's fine. Got the helmet on, and but in all honesty, I wouldn't be expecting this to get to the targets. At this point in time, if I were in this trade and scaled, I would probably, assuming price gets back up to the scale, take them off. So that would be 24 ticks. And if you're doing the math, these are minis, so every tick's $12.50. So that's $150 per contract for 12 ticks. Every point is 4 ticks, obviously, and every point on the mini is $50. So you don't have to have your P&L up. You can, if you want to think about it, you can rough it in pretty quick, real quick. But I prefer to not do that until the day's over with. Let's just watch for ticks and points, whatever. You can set this up for points if you want to, or ticks. I prefer ticks. I know that this 2-lot package to both targets is 60 ticks. I know that the 4-lot package to both targets is 90 ticks. Get yourself a couple hundred ticks a day and you got yourself a pretty nice day and a pretty good, consistent, profitable living. Now, after the close, when I shut everything down, is when I update, within an hour or two. Today, I've got to take Ying to the doctor, to the dentist, so knows. But I update the timestamps for the chapters in the stream. And if you are here, and hopefully, besides hitting the like button, subscribe, and you will or save for later, because trades that do not have, streams that don't have any active trades in them by me are set to unlisted in YouTube. But anybody that has saved it for later or is a subscriber, whatever, can review them at any time. Any trades that I have a trade on, even if it's one trade at 8 o'clock in the morning, whatever, they remain public. And in the title of the stream is the outcome, plus X amount of ticks, RTH1 or, ETH1 or whatever it is, or negative, whatever. So that's
easily found there, I think. And the dates, of course, are... I don't encode the dates in the title because when I look at them, I can see the dates, but probably that would be a good idea, I guess. Or do like a lot of these people, are just a sequential numbering system, and then you can talk about all the time. I could do like Trump, and start the numbering at 5,000, like he did with Trump Tower, where they just changed the number of floors in the building, made more floors in the building than really are there. And there's some, thing. It's a big thing for firefighters. Like, well, what the hell happened to, the 10th through the 20th floors? Oh, well, those aren't there really. We just went from 9 to 21. It's amazing, the history of just bizarre behavior, all for show. Imagine that. Imagine just arbitrarily changing the floors in a building. Now in China, they don't put, or in Asia actually, you don't find 13. That's considered a non-auspicious number. So it's not on the elevator and it's not anywhere. So here is our VPOC migration, and this is a proper trigger for that trade. I'm not taking that now. This time of day, I've talked about all of that as it was over here. We traded up, we traded down through it. We got some buyers come in here, and we didn't get any sellers. We have essentially an exhaustion situation here. And you would think that that would qualify as a long VPOC migration trade, but not at 433 for me. Because I think the likelihood of a correction or some profit taking is high. And then you can start looking into it in fractals, right? So what have you got? Well, here you got lower highs, lower lows. What do you want? You gave it to me.
Yeah, but we don't need it anymore.
What are you looking for? That's not an answer to my question. It's in my room is not an answer to what are you looking for. Yeah. Yeah, big shot now. She graduated from high school. About the best kid you could imagine. Well, there's this is TopStep X, in case anybody cares about that. This is a completely separate account that I play with, like at night or whatever. You know, my daughter and I'll put a trade on and go to bed or something. This wasn't a very good example of that. Should have gone long. Anyway, so this has nothing to do with the stream really, but I do show it. And if I were trading full size instead of micro in Qs with some seriousness, then I would obviously include it in the stream. And it is included now by the fact that it's recorded. But that's that. That's what that is. I just update it. None of this stuff is automatic. The only thing that I can get to work is the volume profile, but you have to keep pulling it out. It's doesn't just go with the ticks like you would expect or want. I put the IB high and low on manually. These are the VWAPs. This is the value area high and low. POC, developing POC. And then, of course, here are the 5-minute bars. It's built on Trade of 8 or Trading View. And here's the ATR, by the way. It's built based on Trading View, but it's a stripped down version from what I understand. I'm not a Trading View user, but, you know, like I know there's a proper volume profile in Trading View and a lot of different things that make it bracket orders, for example, and things like that. Make it a bit handier. But, you know, TopStep there's some benefits to using it if you're going to do an eval and don't mind that kind of a trading platform. I'm relatively sure about this. There is no commissions associated with that even when you get in a live account, which I'm not sure how the hell they can do. And the data feed is their own. They've made a deal with the CME, so they run their own data feed there. Whereas everything you see on my stream typically is all rhythmic. Rhythmic. So, yeah. There you go, Mike Patak. Ranch kid from Nebraska. Made her big, baby. And I mean in a big way. The money that these prop outfits make is staggering. I mean, I guess if you step back and do the math, but the one component of quote unquote the math that is never talked about particularly is the amount of users or subscribers or, you know, however you say it, whatever you want to call them. Because obviously once again, it's the law of large numbers. Just like trading, like I was talking about with trading as a business, not a video game. It's in the stream here, and I do it every day. God, I hate that, and I don't know why it's doing that. This is something else that just started about a week ago. There is no problem parsing anything. What the CSV files that are being parsed are the levels, the high and low volume nodes, period, and the price lines here, which are the same as these. These are all driven by IRT, and they're driven instantly. But anyway, what I was getting around to is that it's the law of large numbers, right? You charge $50 a month for a combine, and you got 50,000 of them. That's $2.5 million a month. Pretty good wages, or something like that. 250,000, but it's way more than that. And the only reason I'm aware of that sort of is I saw some paperwork. What are they called? Apex was being sued by someone, and I saw some paperwork about it. Court filings over in Austin, Texas, and I am in Houston at the moment. We lived in Kuala Lumpur for many years, and then relocated back to the States, and I was asked to come here by the outfit I was doing some other work for. Never have lived in Texas before, or certainly not from here. But anyway, here we are. Back to the court filing. So part and parcel of that were the revenue numbers for, I think it was August, September, and November of a couple of years ago. And each month was over $6 million net revenue a month. Now, that's big money in pretty much anybody's book. Yes, I am.
I found out that you
All right. Yeah, phenomenal money. I 1 month, and me nor anybody in my family would ever have to work and be taken care of for a long time. It's pretty incredible how it varies between people, I heard another pretty interesting one from a guy who's, I believe, very credible. He's actually got a YouTube channel called Dave's Garage. He was a programmer for Microsoft, and he is the guy that built the task manager. He built that right there. Way back in XP days or Windows 3 or whatever it was, and it's still in use today. So anyhow, he's the real deal. And he was just saying that he, in their circle somehow where they get, where they find out this information, that Meta, which I guess was Facebook, Zuckerberg anyway, they're offering $100 million cash, not stock, cash signing bonus for AI, obviously really upper tier AI programmers. $100 million signing bonus. Now, never mind their pay package. Just staggering phenomenon. Staggering to me. And my ranch boy self immediately goes to, geez, if they're offering that as a signing bonus and that's not the pay package or any of the bennies, how much are they making on that? What do they imagine they're going to monetize that AI shit for? Well, it must be, and it obviously is, billions of dollars. So you see why I wasn't keen about taking this IB or this VPOC migration at this time of day. And it may well bust up through here and go ripping out. But and that might happen on the market on close orders, which are going to be in another 4 minutes or 3 minutes and change. But not this time of day for me. RTH 1, yeah. RTH 2, I'm got other things. I'm usually running around doing something here and that the place also. And then I'm back, try to always be back around 1 for what would be basically RTH 3, but very rarely trade it. And these are stand-up desks. So I'm standing here from I get up around 6 and start posting a couple of things here and there, and I'm standing here from 6 to 1500. And then go off and do something and back and shut Bookmap off at 1600, and that closes off the recording for the full session, ETH and RTH. And then the market reopens at 1700, and I also reset the session types on IRT to full session, and then market reopens at 1700. And last night I was standing here doing stuff till 2200. So that's makes for a long time to stand here. And I don't have chairs in my office. I never have had. I've been standing up working for, Jesus Christ. I guess I got the first standing desk in the 80s, actually. Late 70s. I was a general contractor and did all my own architecture for the custom houses I built and stuff. And at my desk, I had a custom built drafting table desk thing, and it was on the stand up. So I've been doing it for a long time. Through many careers. I didn't stand up when I was a pilot because that's kind of inconvenient. Would have been great. And here we go. Are we going to catch it? Is this VPOC migration going to go pop it out the top? I don't think so. I also am not confident enough on what's going to happen that I would short it. I will not. Very not likely trade it. 40 seconds to the MOCs. Oh, wait a minute. Happening now. Trump has given remarks from the White House. Well, stand by. Stand by for incoming problems. Market unreal, I'm certainly not going to watch this, but you see what goes on now. A big, beautiful event. So did they pass that frickin' bill of his? If they did, they should take every one of those congressmen that vote for it and senators out and shoot them. Just summarily. There he is talking. So there's the market on close orders. Not much of a pop. What I was waiting, the reason I opened this was not to look at this guy, but to, in a minute here, this will update the market on close orders over here. Hard to believe there's 3.5 more years of this. Here we go. Now, this is something that's interesting for you to watch if you're watching this. This number right here is read as follows: 2,685,000,000 sell-side contracts orders on the S&P 500. Imagine 2,685,000 contracts. Do the math on that at $12.50 a tick and see what the hell happens to you. I can't. And well, that does it for me. And there we did have a movement up on that. Now, this was not the VPOC migration. This was the market on close orders, but there they are. And they may be adjusted upward or downward. I've never figured out why 2 billion sell side across the board, sell side S&P, NASDAQ, Dow, and Mag 7. I would suggest that if there was a big sell side market on close orders, that would not be positive, but apparently there is. The way I think it works is as follows. When they see the market on close orders, they run the price way up. Oh, wait a minute. Let me think about that. I don't know. If you figure it out or get the inside scoop, let me know. And the Trump Yeah. So there we go. And now he starts talking in 4 minutes, and I start walking in 4 minutes. So, yeah, well, it's a nice crowd of people came through today. That's wonderful. I would like to see everybody hit a like and stick around and get involved in the conversation. That'd be great. I don't know how to do that. I guess what I need to do is keep an eye on those numbers, and when I see somebody pop in or out, say something. Because I'd like to get more of a, now seem to have Richard Baker here and Antonio. It'd be nice to have a handful of people and get some dialogue and interaction and consensus on trading, kind of get a trading group together, you know what I mean? That would be pretty cool, I think. So there we go. We're into the close, baby. 6 hours, 57.09 minutes. So that's going to be another couple of minutes and we're there. Yes, sir, Bobby. And if you want to be technical about it, that VPOC migration worked, eh? This is more typically how they would work for me and why I don't trade them frequently. As I said earlier in the dialogue, this would be a more typical trigger. And then this would happen and you're stopped out. So do you look for it to test down to these lows where there was support and then take off? In which case you missed all of this. So, you know. There you go. It's like everything. It's in trading. It's one of the magical mysteries of trading. I think if you review the stream and go through my analysis of trading as a business, which isn't just my analysis, as I point out, but I articulate it. That is a really good way to go, where you put the probability or the edge in your favor and rely on the law of large numbers. In other words, you become the casino. That's the secret. And of course, you're going to bump into Joe Shit, the ragman, who, gets a TopStep combine and puts on 50 minis and hits it. Boom. He's got the probability of lasting just as likely to blow up the next day because there's no rhyme or reason to it. And there we go. Here comes the fluster. Here comes that liquidity chugging in at the close, the cash close. And we're here in 30 seconds. So if anybody is on the stream still, thanks for coming by. I'm kind of I don't usually do a short stream in the evening because there isn't really been a lot of stuff and I'm sort of tired. But very definitely tomorrow morning at 0800 Central Standard Time. Be there, be square. Pre-market analysis of the overnight trade, pre-market numbers, reports, setup, statistics for the day, etc., etc. How did we do with the market move? Oh, we took it out early on and kept going. So we exceeded the expected move by 40 handles. Oh, look at there, right up to 2,000. Right up to the big round number of 6,200. Bam. That's pretty funny. I didn't notice that until right now. 62,000. I remember when they didn't think the Dow, it was impossible to imagine the Dow was going to get over 1,000. And I very definitely remember when the NASDAQ, this was before I was watching the minis, when the NASDAQ got to 2,000. And then I remember very well when it got to 3. I tell you, hindsight is a real clear deal. That rearview mirror trading, boy, if I could figure out how to get paid for that. The way you get paid for the rearview mirror trading is to be an influencer and have a big following. Then you get paid by ad revenue and YouTube revenue, and you don't need to rely on, or at least don't need to rely on trading. And a lot of them do a version of rearview mirror trading, which I'm not going to even attempt to figure out exactly because I'm not interested in doing it. And that seems like a real waste of effort and mental ability. I've often thought over my life, I've known a few crooks and people in my life. And hear them talk about all the stuff they go through to figure out this whatever scam it is or, thing they're doing, smuggling or whatever it is. Jesus, just apply that to something that you're not worried about something being arrested for. Of course, the reason is like with trading, the reason is those guys look at the big, it's the shiny, it's that big deal there. And there's a certain dopamine rush to the risk for them, the risk seeking. But I've often thought, man, if you applied all that brain power to being an architect or, stock, well, whatever it is, you'd be a house of fire, man. You'd be making more money than God legally. But that wouldn't have been as fun for him, I guess. Well. Just tagged out the 2s, did we? Yep. Just tag the 2s. The big round number. All right, so I am going to call it. Get ready to go to looks like we're going to have a giant thunder event here and every afternoon now. Take Ying, my wife, to the dentist. All right, so thanks a lot for dropping by. I'll try to keep an eye on this stream on OBS tomorrow so that when I see numbers pop in, I can say something. It'd be great to know who's around. I don't know how the hell you see a list of... There's got to be a way to see a list of somebody that's in the chat, isn't there? Or not in the chat, but just logged on. Maybe not. I probably ought to look into this a little bit more. As I said, as I say every morning in the pre-market, this is my virtual trading journal. So the screens and video give me insight as to what I'm looking at, and my voiceover gives me insight as to what I was thinking at the time. And I do it on YouTube because it's completely transparent and it provides ultimate accountability. Plus, I can review the streams on any device. So that's the reason. But I'd like it to be as pleasant as possible, for anyone who comes along. All right. I am going to kill the stream at this point. Have a great night. If you are subscribed, you would get a notification should I do a ETH stream later, towards one. But in the meantime, and in between time, and in the meantime, I'll be back at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, bright and early Central Standard Time. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by.